our friends from Niger, our friends from Cote d'Ivoire, our friends from Togo. I say, you have done so well by traveling all this long journey to be in Ghana, and you are welcome. Please bear with me that as the first time we are bound to make mistakes. Mistakes in organization, mistakes in food, mistakes in accommodation, and therefore you must tolerate these mistakes because we are learning, and I can assure you, as the tournament progresses, we will overcome all these nuances to make your stay here worthwhile. Finally, as we welcome all of you to Ghana, I expect you to put up the best performance and that the best team will win. But when I turn around, there is only one best team. The others have come to support. CAVB is the best team. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for the president of CAVB VC. And now please allow me to acknowledge the presence of some wonderful dignitaries we have in the house. We have here with us the Chief of Staff, Office of the Vice President, Honorable Alex Segbefia. Please, if you can give us a wave, a round of applause for Honorable Alex. And let's keep the clap going for the Minister of Sport and Recreation, the most affable, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams. And ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Naval Staff, who is the Rear Admiral Godwin Livinus Blessing, is here with us. A round of applause for him. Director of Prisons in charge of sport, Chief Superintendent of Prisons, Elisha Intifol, is also here with us. A round of applause. We have the General of Technical Ghana Police Service, Mr. Idi Lansa Seidu. A round of applause. Keep it going for Burkina Faso Volleyball Federation, Casimiri Sawadogo, and the President of Cote d'Ivoire Volleyball Federation, Waja Aidan Pascal. Ladies and gentlemen, the Coordinator of National Recreation and Wellness Program, Honorable Betty Crosby Mensah, is also here. A round of applause one more time for all our dignitaries. And now, to also introduce some of the crowds we have here for the CAB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championships Accra 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Niger, we have Asfan. Is Asfan in the house? From Niger, Asfan. Is Asfan here? Usman from Burkina Faso. Okay, I'm told they are here, but they will join us here shortly, and when they do, I'll duly acknowledge all of them. Also, we are live on GTV Sports Plus. So please put on your best smile so that all your friends and family in the house can see how good you are looking here with us in Ghana. As we wait for the Chief of Naval Staff to bring us his remarks, ladies and gentlemen, again, this championship is going to span from now, the 1st of March, till the 10th of March. So please bear note and join us here every day. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Chief of Naval Staff.
The Chief of Staff, Office of the Vice President, Honorable Alex Segbefia, the Minister for Sports and Recreation, and at this juncture I want to stand on the already established protocol to give my message on this important occasion. So on behalf of the Ghana Navy, I extend warm greetings and heartfelt congratulations to the local organizing committee and the configuration of African Volleyball for bringing this prestigious championship to Accra, Ghana. I also wish to commend the government of Ghana, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, our valued sponsors, and our partners whose support has made this event possible. Sports, like my noble naval profession, demands discipline, teamwork, resilience, and above all, unity of purpose. These values resonate deeply with the Ghana Navy, and we are therefore proud to support this championship. Brings together nations, clubs, communities, determination. May your efforts and the grace and spirit of sportsmanship with which you compete today inspire the youth of our sub-region to embrace excellence and cooperation. I also encourage the members of the officiating teams to discharge their duties with impartiality, professionalism, and integrity, for it is only through your stewardship that the spirit of fair play will be upheld and the credibility of this championship assured. I assure you that the Ghana Navy remains resolute and committed to its mandate to safeguard our maritime domain and the wider Gulf of Guinea maritime space in spite of the logistics challenges that we face. Therefore, we are proud to be part of this championship. We believe that this championship is not only a contest of skill, but also a celebration of regional solidarity and cultural exchange. On this note, I wish all participants success, and may this championship strengthen the bonds of friendship and collaboration across our nations. I thank you very much for your attention, and may the games unfold in the spirit of unity and excellence. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Chief of Naval Staff. And for our Francophone brothers, my brother Adam will keep it brief with a quick translation of the speech.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons eu sur le podium le président du comité d'organisation. Nous avons aussi eu le président du CAVB, le club organisateur. Et nous venons d'avoir le chef des marines d'une section de l'armée ghanéenne. Ils ont tous souhaité les bienvenus à les équipes étrangères et nous souhaitent une bonne compétition. Ils nous assurent que le Ghana fera de son mieux pour que cette compétition soit une réussite. Ils vous aussi demandent de tester avec nous puisque c'est la première fois que le Ghana cette compétition. Il y aura toujours des erreurs, mais on va essayer de corriger ça au fur et à mesure que la compétition continue. Nous vous remercions bien et nous souhaitons les bienvenus au Ghana. Merci.
Merci, merci, mon ami. Ladies and gentlemen, now we take a brief word from the president of Ghana Volleyball Federation and the president of George Tete Esquire. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Hello. Thank you all once again. I'll use this opportunity to welcome you to Ghana. As I said last night, take advantage of Ghanaian hospitality advert yourself to our tourist centers. And in this game, give out your best. We're looking out for fair play. Our big men are here. The Minister for Sports and Recreation is here. Our Deputy Minister, Chief of Staff is here. Our Head of Recreation and Technical Director to the Minister is here. For this matter, I will not talk much. We're looking forward to a good game. Welcome you all. Enjoy Ghana. Enjoy volleyball. And take the name of Ghana abroad. Thank you and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can do it better for the president. Again, we are live on GTV Sports Plus for the opening ceremony of the CAV Zone 3 Championship right here in Accra, Ghana. We'll take a few remarks more, but just before we go ahead to do that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special performance coming your way in no time. But
members of the local organizing committee, representatives of CAVB Volleyball Club, our Heritage Month. It's a month of independence for Ghana, and we could not have started this competition at any better time. So you are welcome to Ghana. It is a pleasure once more to you, our brothers and sisters from across the region who have entered Accra for the first time to be welcomed. Welcome to Accra's home, its energy, its culture, its food, its music, its history, and its hospitality. When the matches are done, I encourage you to explore, connect, and experience Ghana beyond the course. Visit our heritage sites, visit our museums, enjoy our nightlife, and carry a piece of Ghana back home with you. We are proud to host you. This championship, ladies and gentlemen, is a statement that West Africa can organize well, compete strongly, and grow together. It is a reminder that sport is not and will not be pushed down, and that sport is one of the strongest bridges we have across borders, languages, and culture. Sports doesn't know Burkina Faso, it doesn't know Cote d'Ivoire, it doesn't know Togo, it doesn't know Benin, it doesn't know Nigeria, it doesn't know Ghana or Nigeria. It is more than it. Sports is one and it unites us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also acknowledge the motivation of African volleyball, the Ghana Volleyball Federation, the local organizing committee, and CAVB Volleyball Club for the work you have put in. The ministry has been in constant support of this project because we believe volleyball deserves this platform. When we say every sport deserves the opportunity to shine, we must show equal presence, purpose, and practical backing. Ladies and gentlemen, there is dimension we must speak about honestly. Every sport has economic power. Volleyball has economic power. The question is not whether the value exists. The question is whether we build the right structures and frameworks to unlock it. Globally, volleyball has shown what is possible. The Volleyball Nations League alone has reached over 1.7 billion cumulative Consistency is another key area we must not forget. And of course, professional communication. It also means developing culture of fun engagement. Families should feel welcome. Students should feel included. Communities should know where to watch and when to attend, and who the stars are. Because I know the stars are here, and I saw them when we watched the earlier game between the club from Benin and the club in Ghana. This tournament should not end as a routine regional championship. It should mark the beginning of a new dimension for African volleyball. Marketed, packaged, broadcasted, and connected to fans. That is how we build brand value. That is how we grow sponsorship. That is how we inspire the next generation. To the athletes, you have been happy this championship. Some of you will feel the pressure. Some may wonder if the path is worth it. Let me say clearly, your discipline, your commitment, your teamwork matter. Not everyone will lift a trophy, but every team can live stronger. Every country can live better organized, and every player can live more confident. The real victory is growth. Ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, government's position is clear. Every sport must have the opportunity to shine in the same light. Volleyball, that opportunity to shine just like football. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what equity means in sport. Not equal honors, but fair opportunity. Not occasional attention, but structured support linked to development and performance. This tournament is a step in that direction, and it must grow every year. Finally, I want to hear this. Your role is not secondary. You build the visibility that builds the fan base, and the fan base is what attracts sponsors. I encourage consistent coverage, match highlights, player features, behind the scene content, and storytelling that celebrates our West African athletes as professionals and role models. If we do this well, the next young boy or girl watching from the stands or online will see the future in volleyball and decide to stay in the sport. I once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you to Accra. Compete with passion, connect with one another, experience Ghana fully, and let this tournament inspire us to think bigger about what African sport can become. I thank you for your participation, and thank you, the delegates in the crowd. Thank you very much.
Vice President of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister of State, the Vice President and Executive of the Confederation of Africa, officials of the West African Volleyball Association, the President of the Confederation, the President of the Boost Club, members of the local organizing committee, heads of delegation, coaches, athletes, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to understand the existing protocol already established. I'm pleased to welcome you to the official opening ceremony of the West African Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, proudly hosted in Ghana. This championship is both a competitive event and a celebration of unity, excellence, resilience, and regional cooperation. It brings together the best volleyball clubs from across our zone to compete, connect, and strengthen the bonds that unite us as one West African community. And Ghana is honored to host the competition this year, and we acknowledge the confidence placed in us by the leadership of the Confederation of African Volleyball and West Africa Zone 3. The government of His Excellency President John President of Ghana, recognizes sport not only as a source of healthy living and entertainment, but also as a tool for economic empowerment for athletes and a means of preventing social crisis. Sports continue to be a strong tool for youth empowerment, regional cooperation, and economic development. The government of Ghana, therefore, remains committed to investing in sports facilities and providing opportunities for young people to succeed through athletes and athletics. This is reflected in the 2026 public statement and economic policy, which provides for the construction of bowling facilities within our new stadium infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, I am reliably informed that the Confederation of African Volleyball will pause tournament activities to allow participation teams to join Ghana in celebrating our 69th independence anniversary next week, March 6th. This gesture is commendable and reflects the spirit of solidarity that defines the challenges. Those of us here today remember that maybe more. Let those of us know that other countries are to be found in the friendships forged, the unity strengthened, and the shared vision of West Africa. In closing, I want to commend the president of the Academy Volleyball Club, my brother, the Boost Club, and the local organizing committee. What we have today is the result of careful planning, coordination, and attention to detail. I am confident that this will be a memorable championship. To our business delegations, you are warmly welcome to our beautiful country. Ghana is known for its hospitality as our asset, for its peace and stability, and we trust that the stay here will be comfortable, enjoyable, and inspiring. And please, make sure you have something to tell and that's to our Nigerian brothers and sisters. Our athletes are the heartbeat of this championship. Your discipline, teamwork, and perseverance embody the true spirit of sport. As you compete, do so with integrity, respect, and excellence. Let this platform inspire your talents across our region to reach our heights. May the games be competitive, peaceful, and injury-free.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our official opening ceremony match, we are going to see the match between Ghana Police Service and the host club, CAVB Volleyball Club, in the women's division. And I bet you it's going to be a very fierce match, since these two teams have played last year in so many finals. So I bet you
interesting match. Very, very interesting match.
watching us. You are welcome to the Baltimore Sports Complex for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship Accra 2026. This year's championship, under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of African Volleyball, the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3, we also have the Ghana Volleyball Association, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Olympics Committee, and we are proudly and heavily hosted by the CAVB Volleyball Club with their founder Bernard Mona, Honorable Bernard Mona. Of course, we are live on media and broadcast partner for the entire championship. I must also mention that we are ably sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. I want to also bring to your attention that we'll be here from today 1st of March through to the 10th of March, and I can promise you that we are in for such spectacular volleyball. In commentary position is yours truly, Cornelius Nikpakwankra. You would do well to join us at the Baltimore Sports Complex if you can, for us to experience Africa Zone 3 volleyball. I mean, this is quite unprecedented in the life of Ghana volleyball, that a club carries the entirety of the Zone 3 of the West Africa Volleyball Championship, Club Championship, on their shoulders. And I want to highly commend the indefatigable founder of the CAVB Volleyball Club, Honorable Bernard Mona, and the hard-working management of CAVB Volleyball Club. Interesting organization they've done here. From the Botema Sports Complex, Accra, Ghana, I want to welcome you all and say, this is volleyball. The match about to commence is between the CAVB Volleyball Club and the Ghana Police Volleyball Club, and this is in the women's category, Group A. We are in for a cracker, I can promise you. The place is packed, and there goes the whistle for the start. And wow, quickly the CAVB Volleyball Club edges forward by a point. Soon I'll be giving up the lineup of the various teams, and from where I sit, I can see Elizabeth Boachewa, the setter of CAVB Volleyball Club, in position 1. Followed by Stephanie Adai Baini, or rather Ajara is in position 2. And Grace Kipper, position 3. We have Benedicta Akoli in position 4, and Huzaifa Moro in position 5. Then Stephanie in position 6. Such an interesting match on our hands. And Huzaifa gets one past the block. I tell you what, watch out for Huzaifa Moro. She's one of the very promising stars of the current Ghana volleyball team. Wow, beautiful block there by Florence Teria, number 12 shirted lady of Ghana Police. Watch out for her too, another youngster. She is a whole lot. Wow, that's some hustle. For you at home and every volleyball enthusiast, I'm quite sure you are well aware that the game of volleyball is such that you have 3 opportunities to touch the ball in your court, and within those touches, the ball must transcend to your opponent's court, hopefully within the bounds of the court to gain a point. If it also touches their fingers and goes out, it is still your point. And Huzaifa right on cue there with a power tip way above the block. I tell you what, she is a powerhouse in the CAVB Volleyball Club. And the pairing of Huzaifa and Najara will mean very good tidings for the CAVB Volleyball Club. Florence, blocked and recovered. Benedicta, blocked and recovered. Huzaifa, wow! That's quite unfortunate for Victoria Leby. And Calibi seems to be running away. The scoreline is 8-3. This is the first set of the opening ceremony of the CAVB Zone 3 Club Championship, Accra 2026. And Ghana Police push one back. The scoreline now 4-8. Shamsiatu, another promising chap of the Ghana Police team. She's on this at the service line, and she also the that's quite unfortunate. I can also tell you that in the game of volleyball, do not be too comfortable with your lead, because volleyball is a game of momentum. So we would like to ride your momentum to your highest advantage. And at the moment, Calibi is ahead by 4 points. Unfortunate for Florence there, he serves out of bounds. I know for some at home, and the way some of us were taught in school, it will be very difficult for you to even serve out of bounds. But I can tell you, it's easier said than done, because you need to calculate a number of factors. How fast or slow the air in the auditorium is, the power and the contact of your hands, the speed of the ball, and a whole lot of other factors. But again, this is why it's such a specialized game. It's not, volleyball is not as easy. The more reason why we enjoy. There are so many options of attack, and Victoria uses one there, and Huzaifa intelligently tips it into the middle of the court. And they continue to ride on the advantage. Coach Chapnor of the Ghana Police team signals for a timeout. And you can see Coach Isaac Opon, assisted by Elisha Aiku, and also Adam Chapnor, calming their ladies down. I must also add that Angelina Mo is also in the mix. You can also see on your screens Abdul Rahman Danladi, the coach of the Calibi team, speaking to Benedicta there on her defense coverage. Huzaifa at the service line. She goes for the float service. Beautifully done Nicely recovered. And Ajara, wow, a block in. Nicely recovered by Lydia, the libero of the CAVB volleyball team. Victoria goes again. Wow! That time she got one pass. Ajara there. Soon I'll be explaining a few terminologies in the game of volleyball, some positions and the reasons why they are so, and why the various teams are employing such strategies. Victoria goes for the jump service. Ajara comes, nicely recovered by Victoria. Helped on. And we go again. Ajara, Victoria recovered again. Florence, wow! And this is what can help you in the game of volleyball. You should hit the ball with such power and venom, such that if it even tags the net, it could go beyond the net, just as you saw Florence do there. Wow, beautiful play there by the combinations of Elizabeth and Stephanie. That play right there is what we call the quick attack. And it is such that you find at the middle blocker, in this case Stephanie, jumping faster than the ball should come to her, so that she can meet the ball earlier than her blockers would. And at the time, that was an excellent execution. Belinda Graham, wow, that is a gift from the net. And she goes to serve again. Wonderful float service. And Benedicta goes for the tip. Yes, another option of attack. Wow, beautiful pickup by Lydia. Ajara, wow, wonderful attack. She got one past the block there. I mentioned the pickup by Lydia, who is the libero of the CAVB Volleyball Club. And she is in a different jersey color because of her role and position. I will soon explain why that is so. And that time it was an unfortunate play for Francisca. The ball did not cross over and did not touch the block, hence an infringement. Beautifully done by Sam Shiatu. Watch out for this lady. Benedicta once again utilizes the power tip and it works. Another good tip in volleyball is that anytime a certain formula or action or means of making a point is working for you, you would want to capitalize on the same. Nice power service there. Francisca. Benedicta blocked, but Florence could not recover. And we have an early substitution by the Ghana police team as Hannah Asante makes way for Candice in the setter's position. She is a substitute setter. So Ajara serves again to Victoria and Francisca. Huzaifa, the time the ball did not cross over. The scoreline now is 12-19 in favor of Kalibi Volleyball Club as they seem to run away with the first set. They are leading by 5 points. Once again, I would like to caution that a lead in volleyball may be totally wiped out because of a number of factors. One may be that your opponent team may have a consistent and very good service run, including some aces and blocks, and your 5 points may reduce to 0, or you may be in a deficit even. And that time Huzaifa goes above the block, recovered by Candice, goes to Victoria. She power tips, and wow, what a gift. You can see she celebrated loudly because it was nearly against her. Ghana Police reduces the deficit to 3. And we go again, and Huzaifa, unfortunately, it goes against her. And immediately Coach Danladi signals for a timeout as he intends to maintain the lead, now reduced to 2. Ghana Police, like I said earlier, is on a service run. And Francisca has served 3 times so far, bringing their scoreline now to 17-19. And you can see the coach Kashmir Agbenyaga, also of the Kalibi Volleyball Club, and Emmanuel Kwenu, all encouraging the girls, should I say the women of the Kalibi Volleyball Club. Francisca goes again for, and Huzaifa, wow! A powerful attack finds a gap in between the block, and they can celebrate again. I tell you what, the power these ladies are employing and they are playing is not easily noticed. Perhaps you may doubt it because you are watching in the screens, but if you are here at the Boteman Sports Complex, could hear the sound and feel the power, as it's almost such that the volleyball is speaking. Sam Siatu goes for the float service. Benedicta recovered. Victoria tips it. That's an intelligent tip though. Benedicta again. That's an out ball, unfortunately, as she sought to tag the line on the angle across court. Samsiatu at the service line. Goes for the float and is out. These are tensious moments in the game, and she isn't too happy with herself. At critical moments in the game as this is, you want to maintain a steady service, and the consistency in that area would help your team surge on. Nicely recovered, and Huzaifa beautifully dug. Oh. Florence Steria goes for the jump service. Ajara, wow! I can hear a coach of a junior high school or a senior high school will say, go down for the ball. Down for ball. Yes, you can see on your screens that the Ghana police men and their supporters chanting and cheering up their girls and ladies. I can promise you that this game can go for the entire 5 sets, as both teams have good reserves at their bench, and in the event where one team suffers, they may want to opt for quick substitution. Victoria, nicely done by Huzaifa. And Najara, wow, Florence could not recover. I'll tell you what, Ajara Jabor Abubakar is making the most of every volleyball opportunity or every set that comes to her. I mean, Victoria, wow, nicely recovered. Beautiful defense by Kalibi. She goes for it again, and Huzaifa could not recover as she did on the first try. Victoria targets Ajara and gets one from her, and that's an intelligent service. It serves everything a service should do. And that's unfortunate. Police pulls one back. The scoreline now is 20-23, with Kalibi still leading by 3 points. Victoria at the service line. I will soon explain a few strategies employed by the individual teams. And that's unfortunate for Juliana Ayi, the libero of the Ghana police team. With that point, it brings Kalibi to a set point. That means that if Kalibi is to win the next point, they have won the first set. The scoreline is 24-20. And Ajara, wow. I can tell you that the Ghana police team have employed a strategy to serve the outside hitters of the CAVB Volleyball Club, and right there on cue is Belinda Graham. Just served Ajara there. It's a bit difficult to pass and play, as we call it, because as an outside hitter, you are to pass very well. And Coach Danladi signals for his second and final timeout of this set. And Ghana Police although they are down in the set, they are surely showing that they are not out. There is a staggering statistic that have proven somewhat true, in that the team that signals for a timeout will most likely win the oncoming point. Let's see whether this statistic will work for CAVB as they seek to close down the first set. And you can see there, Belinda, wow! Ajara finds space in between the three-woman block of the Ghana Police team, hence confirming the statistic. Very interesting. 25-22 was the final score line for the first set. We are live on GTV Sports Plus and GTV Sports Plus on YouTube and Facebook. We are at the Boteman Sports Complex, and this is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026. We are ably sponsored by the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of Africa Volleyball, the Ghana Volleyball Federation, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Republic of Ghana, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Olympic Committee, and we are proudly and heavily hosted by the CAVB Volleyball Club. This is the opening game, and it's a match between CAVB Volleyball Club and Ghana Police Volleyball Club. If you just joined us, the first set just ended with CAVB Volleyball Club winning by 25-22. I would like to commend the CAVB Volleyball Club and their owner, Honorable Bernard Bona, for putting together such a momentous and unprecedented hosting of the Zone 3 Club Volleyball Championship. In all, we have 32 teams from the various West African countries. I can see Burkina Faso's teams are here. I can see Benin. I can see Nigeria. And of course, Ghana, we are heavily represented as well. 24 male teams and 12 female teams are here to compete for glory in the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship in Accra, Ghana. The second set is about to commence. Once again, CAVB leading by a set to nothing. If you are watching us live on GTV Sports Plus, you are welcome to the Baltimore Sports Complex. Wow, we commenced the second set, and that time a net violation whistled against the Ghana police team. Juliana, nicely done there, beautifully recovered. Victoria, wow. That right there is what we call the pipe attack. For the reasons why it was named pipe, I cannot tell. Victoria gets a point from through that attack, and Ajara once again finds space. Two-1 is the scoreline. Huzaifa, wow! Beautifully recovered by Candice. Victoria tips it beyond the block, and you go to Huzaifa again, and she utilizes the power tip. And this is what helps you as an outside hitter to vary the means of your attack. You cannot be hitting all the time, as you may not get the consistency of sets, among other things that will come to you. So finding space wherever it is in your opponent's court will be key. Again, we can see that some of the team members of the various teams are in different colored jerseys. They are called the libero, and their sole purpose, or should I say their very main function, is to receive and to defend. Very, very key. So we can see that Juliana did not go to the front court because she's not, or she came to replace an attacking player, usually the middle blockers, particularly because their function is that they are to block through the middle, but even more so, they don't have the responsibilities of passing and defense. So not much is expected of a middle blocker to pass and defend. But it's such a great asset if a middle blocker has this in his repertoire. So the liberos come to replace them. so that they can defend and pass for their teams. And right on cue, you see Juliana again passing. Florence recovered. Again, that time the ball goes out of play. Right, that was a block out, or what we would famously say in Ghana, a brush out, as the ball skimmed ever so slightly against the block of the CAVB volleyball team. Florence, nicely done there. Wow. And that again is a service that could disrupt the passing unit of your opponent as she rolls the ball ever so intelligently. Scoreline now is 5 apiece. Benedicta. Wow. Gets one past the block there. And she goes to the service line. She also another powerhouse in the Ghana volleyball team. Huzaifa. That is a call against Huzaifa. This was because her spiked ball hit what we call the antenna. The antenna are the two poles, usually colored red and white, that serves as an extension of the net. If your ball touches the antenna any way, anyhow, it's an infringement against you. It is signaled as an automatic out of bounds. And at that time, Huzaifa's attack tagged the antenna. She goes to serve. Wow! What an angle! What a find by Francisca there. This brings me to a key aspect of volleyball. I will keep saying that volleyball is a game of angles. And at the time, that was a very sharp angle for Francisca, but she got the court. Very, very unfortunate for Florence Theria there. Stephanie. Francisca. Recovered by Stephanie. Huzaifa. That was rather steep. And at that time, the pipe attack did not go through for Huzaifa. Candice goes to the service line for Ghana Police, and they are down by a set, so recovered by Francisca, and she goes in and recovered. Fortunately, hits into the net. I know there are a lot of coaches and players, former players and aspiring players watching us live on GTV Sports Plus, and some are saying that perhaps volleyball is easier and they could do better until you're on the court. There are a whole lot of calculations you need to do, even in your passing or receiving of the ball, and even additional calculations in the attempt to hit. Hence, you have to train in your department or in your role, whatever that is. I will soon call out the various roles. That's very, very unfortunate for the Ghana police team, as nobody took responsibility of that third ball. Rather to the delight of the CAVB volleyball team. Nicely recovered by Lydia. Comes back and Victoria saves it over, and Benedetta. Wow! At the time there, Juliana utilized what we call the pancake to recover the ball. Why it is pancake, I can't tell you. Yes, these are a few terminologies in the game of volleyball, where you extend your entire body, leading with your palms flat to the floor to recover a ball which is a bit far from you. At the time, Sam Siat was blocked. Florence, wow, gets one past the block there. Sam Shiatu at the line. He serves. Wow. Nicely done again as the ball nearly tagged the end line, but was in. Grace Kipper gets an ace service there. And this is one of the strategies of a service, where you target to serve in between the seam, or in between the space, we call it a seam, of the receiving team or the receiving core of your opponent. It's a very, very good strategy, as one of them will have to take responsibility, and failure to do that will mean that they may lose their points, just like you saw there. And Coach Chapno and Coach Isaac Opon and Elisha Ayiku aren't too happy, as they've signaled for the first time out to minimize the bleed, as CAVB begins to tear away. A powerful cross-court attack there by Victoria, as Huzaifa could not recover. Once again, adding to the statistic earlier that the team that signals for the timeout, it is more likely that the oncoming point will be won by the team that signals for the timeout. Florence goes for the jump service, and Huzaifa tips it. Florence recovers. And beautifully done there. If you ask me, I have my own reservations as but at the time, the referees have signaled for a point to Ghana Police. So, wow! Once again, the service, the jump service, not too powerful, but very strategic. Has favored Florence as she goes for it again. Can see her. Wow, Benedicta. Beautiful, beautiful attack there. The opposite attacker for the CAVB Volleyball Club. She is, I dare say, the best opposite attacker. In Ghana, of course, arguably. And right on cue, she aces Francisca there. That is what we call a jump service. And I can hear one of the trainers of the police team saying, go down for jump service. Just like every coach will tell their players to go down for ball. And CAVB is running away with the second set. Candice tips it. Uzefa goes for the power. Goes again. Recovered by Francisca. Victoria tips it and Benedicta. Wow. Well, I dare say she's the best opposite player in Ghana volleyball. And she's showing you signs for which that is so. Over the years, she has proven to be a very consistent and very reliable volleyball player, both in the indoor and in the beach categories. Victoria's recovery, rather unfortunate and intelligently done by Stephanie. She just found a space and beautifully tips it to that space. Folks, the volleyball court is not as large as other sports or the courts of other sports, but there's so much work on the court such that the minutest of space can be exploited by your opponent, and you may find yourself wanting, as you saw there. And there has been a substitution by Ghana Police as Asana comes in for Victoria. And once again, Coach Chapnell signals for a timeout for the Ghana Police team as they are really down. They are trailing by a set already, and in this second set, they are also trailing on points. If you are watching us on GTV Sports Plus, this is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship Accra 2026. We are coming to you live from the Boteman Sports Complex. This match is between the CAVB Volleyball Club of Ghana and the Ghana Police Volleyball Club in the Group A. of the championship in the ladies category. And CAVB is leading by a set, and they are also leading in this set. Asana, wow. Once again, Graham. Then Huzefa, wow, another point. So the combinations of Huzefa as an outside hitter and Ajara as an outside hitter, in addition to Benedicta, who is at the service line, and she has had beautiful, beautiful service run so far, has given the Ghana CAVB team an incredible advantage. And at the time there, a net violation called against the Ghana police team. That was a call by assistant referee Galbert. Asana tips it as, wow, nice recoveries there by Juliana, but unfortunate, Asana did not find the angle she so wished for. And wow, that's an ace. Well, I say it again, Benedicta is the best opposite player in Ghana volleyball. I think she has served 8 times now, and she's still serving. What an asset to Ghana volleyball. Wow! Wow! Incredible celebrations, and she brings the second set to a wonderful close with a scoreline 25-14, much to the displeasure of the Ghana police team. And this means that CAVB leads by 2 sets. We are at the Boteman Sports Complex, and this is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship Accra 2025. This championship is under the auspices of 2026, I beg your pardon. This is under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of Africa Volleyball, the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3, the Ghana Volleyball Association, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Olympics Committee, and we are ably hosted by the CAVB Volleyball Club. We are also sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Perla Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PCC at Paga. PPC, I beg your pardon, at Paga. If you are watching us live on GTV Sports Plus, you can also make your way to the Boteman Sports Complex. We are here from today, 1st of March, through to the 10th of March. And this promises to be an incredible, top-notch game of volleyball. We have a number of teams also representing from a number of the African countries, the West African countries. We have teams from Burkina Faso here. We have teams from Benin here. We have teams from Nigeria here. And we are in for a cracker. The match currently on your screen is between the CAVB volleyball ladies and the Ghana police ladies. CAVB ladies lead by 2 sets to nothing. Will they close the match in the 3rd set? Or will Ghana police bounce back? We are here to witness all that. Of course, you can tune in to GTV Sports Plus on all social media handles as we are live on YouTube and Facebook. You can watch wherever you are. We'll be coming to you live throughout the tournament. What a time in the history of Ghana volleyball and the Zone 3 Club Championship. And on your screens now is CAVB's #1 fan. You can see he is what we call a Calibian. Yes, you can see the shoe there is not your normally sized shoe. You can see him for customization. Yes, and he has his own sound system. That's an oversized shoe, of course. This about 3 people can wear this shoe if I wow, what a heel. Yes, he says that they are the Calibians. No size indeed, as he's signaling a host and win. As to the possibilities of that, we live to see in the coming days of the championship. We continue with the 3rd set, and at the time the Giftinyaku gets one past the block, and there's been massive substitutions in the Ghana police team. As I can see, their captain Benedicta Ej, number 10 shirted lady, who just made a shadow block there on court. I can see Asana Majid also on court, and Gifty Nyaku on court, and that's unfortunate for Gifty there. And Ajara Abubakar goes to serve, and nice service. Gifty nicely received. Wow, that's unfortunate for Asana, as she could not recover there. But I should speak about Juliana Ayi, the libero for the Ghana police team. She is arguably the best libero in Ghana volleyball. And I'll be proving to you why that is so very soon. Nicely recovered by Gifty. And Benedicta, wow! She is once again the best opposite player in Ghana volleyball. And loud celebrations on her, from her and her teammates. Ajara at the time could not get the float service over the net. Huzaifa with unfavorable hands. Wow, nicely done by Asana. As I have kept saying, that there are several means of attacking the volleyball and making a point. And right there you saw him utilize one of them, which is a tip beyond the block. That's unfortunate for Grace Kipo, as she had what we would say a free net. Usually this is a gift for a middle blocker, as you aim to plant the ball so deep. Huzaifa blocked out by the combinations of Asana and Priscilla Obote of the Ghana police team. That's unfortunate for Benedicta Eje, the captain of the Ghana police team there. Once again, I will say that the game of volleyball, as you watch on your screens, is not as easily seen and it's not easily played or explored, because the number of calculations necessary for you to get your service cross over to the opponent's court, and the slightest miscalculation will see a point go against you. Hence, you need to practice and practice and practice. A monster block there by Priscilla, as she aims to change the narrative of this game. Ghana police lead by 4 points. 8-4 is the scoreline. Huzaifa, wow. Gifty could not recover at the time. Benedicta goes to the service line, goes for the jump service, which caused a lot of damage in the second set, and Francisca finds space between the block there. Ghana police ladies are playing with such intention. Ajara comes through with a pipe attack there. The pipe attack is usually an attack through the middle part of the court, particularly where the 3-meter line starts, as if your feet touch the line ever so slightly and you attack the ball as a backcourt player, it will be an infringement against you. At the time the Huzaifa's attack went out of bounds. And the Caribbean is doing the most with his support. Stephanie attacks, but there was a net infringement by the Ghana police team, and the Caribbean is making the most of his support for his female team as they are 2 sets ahead. Gifty nicely recovered. That's unfortunate there as Francisca could not get a favorable pass for her teammates to recover. On your screens is Stephanie. Opts for the float service. Francisca. And that's Anna. Right. Like I just said, she also, as the opposite player for the Ghana police team, infringed the 3-meter line, and that's a foul and a point against her team. Benedicta recovered, and that's too steep. Once again, the Ghana police team in shorts. Stephanie still at the service line. Asana, that's an out ball. Wow, beautiful play there. Nicely received by Juliana there, the libero of Ghana police team, and Huzaifa comes through the pipe attack, and that's unfortunate for the police team. Gifty, and that's a net infringement against CAVB Volleyball Club. Once again, I would like to explain that the libero's position or the libero's role is for receiving and defense. They, I dare say, are the best defensive players on each side of the court. Their role is so tedious and intense such that the unlikeliest of recoveries from any team are their duties, and usually their role is not for attack as they come in to replace most of the time the middle blockers who are technically the least defensive players on the court. The liberos don't go to the front court as they are not attacking players, and also you can also see that they also don't go to the service line to serve, as the players they came to replace would have to come on court when the rotation had reached that the libero is to go to the front court. Of course, you can have 2 liberos, and we can see CAVB Volleyball Club employing that that role as Lydia and Blessing interchanges between a reception and defense. So in continuation, They can come in at any time or any point in the game. That is not a major substitution, as their role is temporal. And they can go out also at any point in time, but it is such that they have to exit through the backcourt. As we go on through the broadcast, I'll be explaining a bit more on the roles of the individual players and also the functions of the individual positions. Great organization here, and Victoria at the time did not find the angle she was looking for. Huzaifa, she has come to play and she's leaving no stone unturned, as I can see from my sitting position that Coach Kashmir Agbenyaga gives her a thumbs up. And in the language of the Pirates, we'll say that you leave no quarter. That means that you kill every ball. At the time, though, she could not get the ball past the net. To further illustrate the role of the libero, we can see that Juliana of the Ghana police team is out now, and she was replaced by Priscilla, and she's coming back again and she's on court. And once again, also on the CAVB side, Blessing is out and she has been replaced by Stephanie. These replacements are not major substitutions like I've explained earlier. And you can see Blessing is coming back on to replace Grace Kipper, particularly because of the defensive role she plays at the backcourt. And that is very key for every team, to have a libero. Somebody would dare say that they played a dirty role. And at the time, Huzaifa with a beautiful line attack there. We are live on GTV Sports Plus and GTV Sports Plus across the social media handles. Benedicta at the time serves to the net. This is the third set of a possible 5-set encounter between the CAVB Volleyball Club and the Ghana Police Volleyball Club. CAVB leads by 2 sets, and Huzaifa at the time did not find any favorable fingers from the Ghana Police team. And you can see Juliana in your shots there signaling for a portion of the court to be wiped. The game is so technical, and we would like to remove all of such that could cause injuries on the court, including wet floors. That is a beautiful combination play by Elizabeth and Stephanie as she goes for the C-quick. Or now. Ajara, wow. This also is a point. Not all points must fall, or not all points must be that the ball will fall on the court, but once you get such a powerful attack and it tags the block and the ball goes out, it's a point and you can jubilate. You can see Coach Chab is not too happy as he's demonstrating a bit more of a readiness to receive attack balls, and Coach Danladi, Coach Kashmir Agbenyaga, Coach Abubakar Anani, and Emmanuel Kwenu all meting out instructions to the ladies of the Kalibi Volleyball Club. As they seek to close this game. Scoreline now is 21-19 in favor of Kalibi. Victoria. Recovered by Victoria. She goes for it again and nicely recovered by Lydia. Ajara. Victoria. Wow, the time the ball goes out. Oh, that's a net infringement spotted by the first referee, Asugba from Benin. This game is not only featuring teams from the various countries, their officials are here as well. Ajara, that time the ball has been recovered. Victoria goes for the tip. Benedicta goes for the tip, recovered nicely, and Ajara again, wow! That's a brutal headshot, rather unfortunate for Francisca. And these are just minor miscalculations. She could have ducked and Coach Abner signals for the second timeout as Kalibi is ever inching. The great Caribbean, #1 fan for Kalibi with his oversized shoes and afro hair. He alone hoists a huge speaker over his shoulders as he's supporting his team. Wow, another block out. And Kalibi, I dare say, is on the match point, such that if they are to win this point, the match will end. Wow, nicely recovered there Victoria blocked and recovered. Blocked again, recovered. Unfortunately, the CAVB Volleyball Club have won the match. This was a best of 5 sets match. So if you won 3 out of the 5 sets, you would have won the match, and CAVB ladies have just done that. It's such a great feat against a great team like the Ghana Police team. Very, very unfortunate for the Ghana Police team, and hard luck to them. And this is a moment of showmanship and sportsmanship, as before the game starts, you would shake each other. After the game also, you would come together and shake each other again. Wonderful, wonderful game of volleyball. But CAVB Volleyball ladies are showing why they are the champions of the Greater Accra Volleyball League last year, and why they dominated so well in the league. Well done to the CAVB Volleyball team for winning this match 3-0 against the Ghana Police team. We are still here at the Boteman Sports Complex. We are live on GTV Sports Plus. We will be back with a men's match between the CAVB Volleyball men and the Benin All-Stars. Stay tuned.
That as you were on the court, you played police before over and over again. Did you see a different police altogether?
Oh, it's the same police we used to know. And today it was even easier for us.
Really? What sort of preparation went in making you make?
We did a lot of preparation. The exercise that we did wasn't easy. Physicals and those things. Even on Sundays we used to train. So we worked hard for it.
Are you doing a host and win something for us?
Yes, we are doing host and win. We are host and we are going to conquer everyone.
Maybe police, everybody have seen the way police played. Maybe the rest will go and rehearse because they're watching you. Are you sure you have an antidote for all of them?
Yes, we are ready for any other team. We are ready for them. Yes.
Wish you guys all the best. Coach, really, what has been going on psychologically? It seems they had an upper hand even before the start of the game.
We had a certain preparation and understanding that this is a test of time for us to prepare for the main Africa Continental Championship. And so as a team, all the coaches came together and said, we'll have to build our players physically and make them understand that whether you lead us or not, mentally we are focused to beat you. So it doesn't matter the number of points you lead us with, we'll be able to catch you and beat you up.
And so with this performance, 3 straight, what really does it tell us that we should be expecting from CAVB?
The competition is ours, and everybody who is meeting CAVB, we have just sent a strong warning to you that you should know that at any point in time, we are ready for whoever. Our next match, whichever way it comes, the person should expect a 3-0.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. And so I'll be getting Team Police here as well. Actually, tell us something. Benedicta, good to have you. Really, share with us. I know when I look on the scoreboard, you are not happy. But really tell us, what really went on?
I think we did a lot of mistakes. Yes, we did a lot of mistakes, and then that's why we lost the match.
A huge expectations were out there. Was it that you guys were complacent, or it was just that the day didn't go for you?
I think the day didn't go for us because we are ready for the tournament. So I think the day didn't go well for us.
The other games you're about to play, what should we expect?
Expect good game from us. We are going to rectify all our mistakes, and then we come full. Yes.
So that's Benedicta for you. Let me turn to the coach. Chap, what really happened? What really happened?
Our game plan didn't work. I don't know, because maybe this is our first match. Our ladies were doing a lot of mistakes, unpardonable ones. But we are going back to the drawing board to go and see what we can do for our next match. Because we least expected, because CAVB is not a team that has beaten us 3-0. So, but for them beating us 3-0 today, we want to go to our drawing board and work on it for our next matches, because we have 5 other matches to play, and we are sure definitely we'll meet somewhere again in the competition.
Thank you very much, Chap. And so the game continues here at Bottom Sports Complex, and another performance is coming. Let's enjoy some, and then when we come back, we'll get more of the team. So let's enjoy more entertainment from these people.
Championship goes by Isaac Newton, also an inventor of course. Our next match is between All Stars and the host club, Kennedy Volleyball Club. Can we have the coaching for Ghana Prison Service? And in this club, Etouan, Malake, and active coaches. In this club, Ghana Prison Service, RTU, and Etouan coaches. Please, if you are around, kindly come around.
what I said? Yes. I'm trying to develop this story. He didn't want to go, so and so she didn't want me to tell Lydia, you know where we are. That are you just a little what she says?
Hello, you are welcome back to the Boteman Sports Complex for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship Accra 2026. We are doing this with the proud support of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3, the Ghana Volleyball Federation, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Olympic Committee, and we are ably hosted by the CAVB Volleyball Club. Such an unprecedented organization by a club to host the Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship in Ghana. Of course, we are live on GTV Sports Plus, official media and broadcast partner. We are also ably supported and sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle, Perla Mineral Water, Boss Energy, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. This is volleyball. We have a match on our hands as the CAVB Volleyball men's team faces off with the All-Stars team from Benin. Of course, CAVB is from Ghana. I can tell you that I have watched both teams in previous matches and they are exceptional. We will have a cracker. Wherever you are watching us from in Ghana and across the world, stay tuned for incredible moments of superb volleyballing play. The first six of the CAVB volleyball team I see Obed Safo as the setter. I see Azopa Bennett, number 7. I also see Fewaz Ishahaku, the tall and lanky middle blocker. I also see John Atta. And I can also see Thomas Ofori in Japan. Watch out for that chap. And we are underway with the first set. And then the Regis of the Benin All-Stars team goes above the block, but his spike went out of bounds. Clave also puts his ball out of bounds. And Kalibi has opened an early 2-0 lead. Nice defense there from Thomas. And Azopa did not find the angle he was looking for. One-two is the scoreline, and Clave goes to the service line. He is the captain of the Benunua side. He apologizes for the service out. Setter for the Benunua side is Pakome. Or perhaps, since it's French, you can say Pakom. Forgive my French. Fewaz Ishahaku, watch out for him. Very, very promising young man. He is one of two middle blockers for the Kalibi Volleyball Club. Azopa, powerful jump service there. Fewaz goes again. Wow, nice recoveries, and that's an intelligent tip ball into the middle of the Kalibi court by Isaac. Wonderful spike there from Hamza. And we are underway. Hamza is playing the opposite role for the Kalibi Volleyball Club. And we are underway. What can Obed do? Obed goes to Thomas. Thomas tips it intelligently, but nicely recovered. And a free ball coming to Kalibi again. And Fewaz tips it nicely. Beautiful recovered. Wow. That is for the softest of touches and a beautiful care on the ball. Hamza gets a point. And Fewaz goes for the jump service, but the ball goes out of play. Hamza recovered by Regis. Where's the ball going to? Thomas tips it. Was too close to the net for him, and wow, nice follow on the block there by Hamza. He blocks out Isaac of the Benin team, and he goes to the service line. Every player has or should have a service routine, and for Hamza, he will count a number of steps from the service line to create his space. And beautifully done there by Obed, setting up the pipe attack, and Azokpa comes through with a point. Hamza. Thomas with a power tip, a double-handed power tip into the middle of the Benin court, and Kalibi is on a good run, and Benin signals for a timeout. The All-Stars team of Benin signals for a timeout. And with me in studio is one who I usually watch online and on TV, a very big man, and his footsteps I aim to follow. He is here with smiles. Theophilus has joined us in studio. Theophilus, welcome. What have you seen so far? What can you say about what you've seen, the competition, the level of play, all that? Give me your summary, sir.
Thank you very much, bro. It's been excellent. In fact, let me say kudos to Kalibi and the local organizing committee for really raising the bar for volleyball in Zone 3. In fact, this is the first time we are seeing such a massive turnout. This is the first time we are seeing such energy, sapping encounter, adrenaline flowing. I think that it's been good. There's never been a dull moment since the competition started from the two courts that we are having, Court A and Court B, and I think that it has been good. I think all the teams that came really came prepared, but again, the best are the ones you are seeing, and so far, if I look at what Kalibi is playing, in fact, Kalibi is making life very, very uncomfortable for the All-Stars team, and if you look at it very, very well, it seems they've been given a rude awakening in this particular encounter. If you look at it, it has all been Kalibi and Kalibi and Kalibi. If you watch it critically, Kalibi, if this is the first time you're watching, they are in the yellow and green jersey, and they've been all over. I think that indeed they said they want to do a host and win, and so far, if what I'm seeing on the court now is something to go by, then we are in for a great spectacle.
Thank you very much, my senior Theophilus. And we continue as there's been an early substitution for the Benin team. David has come in for Isaac, and right on cue there, David. Wow, that's an intelligent play there by Obed. The game of volleyball is finding angles and spaces in your opponent's court and fully exploiting it to your advantage. Thomas goes for the jump service. Regis, and much to his frustration, his powerful attack goes out of bounds. Thomas with a service routine, counts a number of steps, bounces the ball, and the set. That's unfortunate. It's an out ball. This is one of the disadvantages of the jump service, as if you get it right, it brings chaos into your opponent's court, but if it goes wrong, it dashes your opponent a free point. And Ajokpa at the time blocked but the ball came back to touch him, and hence a point against the CAVB team. Wow. Watch out for this man also. John Atta, popularly known as John Boo. Arguably one of the best middle blockers in Ghana. He has maintained a high level of volleyballing play. Regis, at that time, finds space through Ishahaku's block. Like you heard Theophilus say, we are in for a cracker, and throughout the tournament, he's here with us. I intend to learn from his footsteps and wow, nicely recovered by Thomas. Regis goes again but tips this time, and Safo comes in, and Hamza, wow, nicely finds the fingers of the block. This again brings me to a very important information concerning volleyball. You at the net going for the block should be wary of your fingers, because if they are not strengthened and strong enough, you may go home with some weak fingers. If you're a lady, cooking may become difficult. And that time, Regis finds space between the block there. And CAVB goes to the service line. Shahaku, I tell you what, watch out for him. Bennett, Ajopa. Wow, that's an ace, and loudly celebrated. The importance of a very good jump service is to ace your opponent or cause them to have what we would usually call play an out of system game. Goes for it again, and this was what I just spoke about. This, wow, that is nicely done by CAVB. And Fewas has been blocked. Wow, nice timing there for Albert, who blocked out Fewas. Wilfred served. There's an overpass, and as unfortunate for CAVB. He did not find the court as he came through the pipe attack there. Fewas at the service line. This young man is quite a length. His jump service goes out. And Regis Basani also serves into the net. I'm sure there are coaches and players all across the world and in Ghana watching, and across Africa. And for all who play, I know. So you could see there that Hamza employed the jump scoop, or what we would have usually called the top spin. The ball is not coming as fast as you'd have done for a proper conventional jump service. You also have what we call the float service. You also have the jump float service. And right on cue there is a jump service hit with power, but it goes out of bounds. The rule on the jump service is that you toss the ball behind the line and you jump behind the line as well, so that your feet does not infringe on the service line. That would have been a point against you. So for all who seeks to play and in your practice of the game, you can implement any of these types of services. Thomas Ofori goes for the jump service again. That's the jump scoop I spoke about, and that again disrupts the play of your opponent as they are not ready to receive such services coming to the very front of or into the 3-meter line. It's not easily anticipated, as if you could recall, his first service was a jump service, a powerful jump service, and he varied it with a jump scoop. He goes back to the service line as you can see Paco may come out for Augustine to replace him in the service, in the setter's role of the Benin side. Regis set recovered, and that's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate for Husseini Abubakar, another very, very promising setter. And I'm sure he will make amends for that. Thomas comes through the pipe attack. Rather unfortunate that, and that scenario you just saw was not an infringement, in that only his fingers or a part of his body crossed the line. But ordinarily, when your leg crosses the middle line, that's an infringement against you. If any part of your leg is on the line, it's considered as a good play. So that's also for a volleyball education for us watching. And so you can have a player's arms cross the line, but it will not be a foul. But once the leg crosses, we term it as. But again, there are some cases where the referee has the autonomy to call for a foul in a circumstance where the hands in question is obstructing the game of play. And these are fellow compatriots and players of set one just passed with CAVB Volleyball Club winning the first set of this possible 5-set encounter. Playing against All Stars from Benin. We are live from the Boteman Sports Complex, and we are live on GTV Sports Plus, the official media and broadcast partner for the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship Accra 2026. Of course, we are ably sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Perla Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. The host team, CAVB Volleyball Club, earlier we had the female team play, and they won 3-0 against the Ghana Police female team. Currently, we have the CAVB men's team, or the male team, who are ahead in set in the first set, and they've won the first set against the All Stars of Benin. Will they close the match in 3 straight sets, or will the Benin side get restitution? See Coach Kashmir Agbenyaga of the CAVB Volleyball Club, and internationally with good learnings and coachings and a lot of experience it brings to the various teams. Match between CAVB Volleyball Club and All Stars of Benin. Ajopa puts a dent in the middle of the Benin court. To signal that he did not come to joke, he came to play indeed. Safu goes for the float service. And wow, nicely done there by David. It goes for the line and Safo could not defend. That time, unfortunately, the net denies Bennett. Ajopa. very, very intelligent. As you can see, Fewas signaling to Safo to give him some height on the set ball. I can also notice that the CAVB Volleyball Club have employed the use of both liberos, as Bawa Rafik comes in when they are at the service line, and Moses Apia comes in when they are to receive a service from the Benin side. It's all legal. Nicely recovered by Rafik, and Thomas finds the cross-court angle. It's not easily found, that angle, as you expect the block to do better. But at the time, I've told you to watch out for Thomas. Ofori, Japan. Wow. He's in smiles because for whatever attack and power he's putting up, he's making useless the block of the Benin All-Stars team. Ajokpa still at the service line. And this is what a jump service is supposed to do. Disrupt the formation of your opponent. And you can see the consistency in the service of Ajokpa to employ the jump service and to make very, very good use of it. That alone have caused the Benin All-Stars team to replace their setter or to cause a substitution in their front setter. You now have Augustine coming in for Pacom. All right, as I praised Ajokpa, he serves out of bounds. Perhaps the commentator's case, I should have held on a bit. Beautiful play there by the combination of Obed Safo and Fewas Ishahaku. That is what we call the quick attack. Wow, a monster block by Hamza as he shuts down David. And CAVB is running away with the second set. Fewas, his jump service unfortunately goes into the net. Another substitution for the Benin side as Norbert comes in to replace Albert. David opts for the jump service, and Thomas with a quick following behind John Atta at the time. Hamza at the service line. Ajopa, nice tip there, beautifully recovered. Thomas, that's unfortunate and rather unexpected of him. Wow, quick feet from Regis and a nice pancake recovery. Beautiful attack there from Ajopa coming in through the pipe. And Thomas goes to the service line. By means of volleyball education, I must make you know that you cannot serve the ball if it's not your turn in rotation, as that would call for a rotational foul against your team. That was beautiful, but unfortunate, as you have just 3 chances to get the ball across to your opponent's court. It was 4 touches at the time. Wow, Regis. As I was explaining earlier, all right, so there's been a change now. So Bernard Atom comes in to replace Fewasi Shahaku for Kalibi Volleyball Club. Hamza. Ajopa. Beautiful cross-court attack there. But I dare say Obed at the service line, the setter for Kalibi, is doing such massive work with his distribution of the volleyball to his attackers. A beautiful point there for the captain of the Benin side, CAVB. So as I was explaining earlier, once it's not your turn to serve and you go to serve, that will signal a rotational foul against your team. And as your opponent team is serving and you are not in the proper rotation or in the proper position, I should say, for the reception for your team, it will signal a positional foul. All these will cost you a precious point. Very key. And hence, positions and rotations are practiced during training to know who you follow and how you position yourself to receive. Ajopa goes to the service line. Remember, his jump service caused a lot of stir. Wow! David. Well, all these are minor, I won't call them injuries, but it's an occupational hazard, I should say, in a game of volleyball. The tendency for the ball to hit, and Thomas replies in kind as he also goes to the line. So the tendency for the ball to hit a part of your body, it's a minor occupational hazard. And wow, beautiful recoveries there from John Atta, but Clave comes in through the pipe attack and finds the fingers and out. David, fortunate for his service, goes out, a point to Kalibi. Regis, who struggled in the first set of this match, is finding his rhythm, and when he does, he becomes very, very dangerous. Thomas makes soft work of the block there, and I like the strategy of Safo there, Obed, to set to the weaker blocker of the Benin side, who in this case is the setter, Augustine. Wow, Clave also heating up. Characteristic of Ajopa. He hits into the net, and Coach Kashmir Agbenyaga calls for a timeout. Continue, and that's unfortunate for Thomas, as the scoreline is now leveled 16 points apiece, and this is the second set. The Benin All-Stars team are looking to stage a comeback as they lost the first set. Wow, this is the second touch, we call it. And Safo utilizes it right there. It is the setter's own attack, one of his own attack, as he's also an attacker. People usually forget, so they do it. That's a foul, a signal there from top referee as he wants to call for clarification. And it's clear that Clave was in the front court, as top referee thought that he was coming from the back court because his leg tagged the 3-meter line. Regis blocked. He comes again. And the joust there won by the Calibi team, and a tip, a free ball to Calibi. Bernard at home finds a very steep angle. Arguably one of the best middle blockers also in Ghana volleyball over the years. Clave, nicely done. That's a touch out. Regis goes above the block. I tell you what, when he's in form, he's very, very dangerous as he becomes an unstoppable force. Wilfred goes to serve. Ajopa has been blocked. Wilfred, rather unfortunately. Regis that time was aiming for the line there, but and quickly Noel signals for a timeout. The coach of the Benin All-Star side. We are live at the Botiman Sports Complex. Scoreline 21-19 in favor of the Calibi Volleyball Club. This is the second set of a possible 5-set game. And again, the statistic confirms that the team that signals for the timeout is most likely to win the oncoming point. And that time it just favored the All-Stars team of Benin. Moses Apia, beautiful reception. Thomas Ofori at the time goes for the 200 power tip. By all means, make a point for your team. Some of the means are infringements though, so at the time, rather unfortunate for Bernard at home, he serves into the net. (22-20) is the scoreline. 21-20. Wow. Nicely done there by Thomas Ofori. And once again, Obed Safo intelligently setting the ball to where he could find the leak and bleed in the All-Star side, particularly where the setter Augustine is at the zone 2 position. The scoreline is 23-21 in favor of the CAVB Volleyball Club. And as I was saying earlier, that's a wonderful strategy to adopt, and for you watching and coaches there to also map out for your teams, as usually the setters aren't as tall, but if you have a tall and a very active setter in block, it's a gain for your team, because his or her reach will be very, very key in the defense of your court. That's an intelligent play by Clave, showing you why he is captain. He gets them out of trouble as Mohamed Adam came in to replace Safo for blocking duties. That time there was a net infringement by Augustine, and therefore a point to the CAVB team. Ajopa comes out and he's replaced by Benjamin Mensah. Thomas Ofori serves into the net, and a timeout signaled by Coach Kashmir as CAVB Volleyball Club is on a set point. So that means that they've reached 24. The next point, if they are to win, would mean that they've won the set. A game of volleyball, a set is won by the team that reaches 25 first. But in case or in the situation where you have both teams at 24 points, then we must find a 2 points clear. The team that will win the set must win by 2 points clear. So hence 26-24 or 25-23 or perhaps 27-25. Any 2 points clear means that the point or the game has been won, and that does it for the second set as John Atta tips it into the court of the Benin side. And this brings us to the end of the second set, and CAVB takes the second set of this possible 5-set thriller. Theophilus, what are your thoughts so far? And it looks like you've said, and it is coming to pass, that it looks like CAVB and CAVB and CAVB, if I'm to quote what you said. What do you think of them so far?
Thank you very much. I think that they are living according to the plan they came in. You could see that they are a well-rehearsed side, very, very confident. They understand their movement on the court. Their coordination is spot on. You look at them and they understand. If you even look at their backroom stuff, they are not panicking, they are not shouting, because they know what they are doing. And it's like the day is for them, because from all angles you see that they are really on top, and they've made life very, very uncomfortable for the All-Stars. Remember, the All-Stars are not just a pushover side, but CAVB, from the first 2 sets, they've made it look too obvious that All-Stars really didn't come prepared. But that's not how it looks like. But indeed, they have really prepared as a host, and they are delivering so far. Let's see how the technical analysts will come up with another plan, because it seems they have a plan A, plan B, and even a plan C. So if you look at the way they are going, everybody knows how to move on the court. Everybody knows their ways around, and I think that it's kudos to Team CAVB so far. And again, good resistance from All-Stars, but indeed All-Stars have seen that they've really met a well-rehearsed side, and they need to come back. After all, there are more matches to be played. Let's see if they can pick valuable lessons from this one and then see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Theophilus. And I would like to ask you a last question, as in, it's like you said in your final statement, there are more matches to be played. Do you see the final being a Ghana team against a Ghana team? Because it's like this CAVB side are aiming to do a host and win, like they've said. So will you see a Ghana team, or would you like to see, or what would you think of a Ghana side versus another Ghana side going for the finals?
Two things here. I'm here to see the rest of the teams. Some technical analysts are working around, jotting down points. Some of them are tipping and knowing exactly how to approach a team like CAVB and how to face a team like All-Stars. Remember, All-Stars may be at the receiving end now, but they can come back, because he that is down needs fear no fall. So they will come in all angles now. That's okay. We came in with this tactics. It didn't work for us for CAVB, but it might work somewhere else. And for CAVB, I don't think that they will be complacent. Maybe this is their plan A. Coming back again to a different team and a different tempo and mindset will do it. But again, if you start your campaign on a positive note, there are days that it goes a long way to boost your confidence and your morale. So I am expecting nothing less than an improvement from CAVB in their next game. I don't know what they have up their sleeves, but from the look of things, they are well prepared for this tournament. But all teams should be wary of CAVB, because it seems everything is working for them. Home support and everything is working for them. But as for volleyball, it's a game of chance. When you get a good day and everything goes well for you, it will work. But to ask whether I want to see an all-Ghana final or a mixed final, sincerely, as I'm here, I'm looking at growing volleyball. I'm looking at Ghana becoming the center of volleyball artistry in Africa and the world. I'm looking at a time where European teams will say, we are coming to have our trial matches here. We want to play tournaments here in Ghana. That is what I want to see. And so for the teams, I want to see an A performance. And I'm seeing a little of CAVB. This is not the real CAVB. That's not the whole of CAVB. I want to see more, and the rest of them. Let's push, because the world is watching, by kindness of GTV Sports Plus and their social media handles and the rest of the media teams. The world is watching. Who knows? An European team might approach some of our Ghanaian teams and some of these players here to go out there and then further their play. So I am looking at everything possible. I want to see a good final, a very, very beautiful final where it will be difficult for you to pick who will really carry the day. But as usual, as a Ghanaian, if it's all Ghana, fine. But trust our brothers from Nigeria, Burkina Faso and the rest to come in stronger. So everything goes for me. But a real Ghana final will be good.
Thank you very, very much, Theophilus. A real Ghana final will certainly be good. And I would like to buy into your vision of seeing Ghana become the hub of volleyball in the entirety of Africa. And such wonderful organization among other organizations of volleyball tournaments in the country, are just mapping out the foundations of what we could do and do even better. Thank you very much. Exactly my point, and you can see the second referee there signal with his finger in a rotationary style, and that is what we call a rotational foul, as you are to be behind someone. Once the person has moved in that rotation and is in a different space, that could call for a rotational foul, or perhaps is interchangeably said to be a positional foul, as well as he's displaced of his position, and that at the time went against All Stars of Benin. Bernard Atom comes in with his fast hands, and again I say Bernard Atom has been an anchor in the middle blockers position of the Black Spikers for many years. Benjamin Mensah, beautifully done by Clave, very intelligent. As you see, he extended his whole body as though he was going in for a massive spike, but in the end, he dinks it behind the block rather intelligently. I can see some changes made by the Calibi Volleyball Club, where Mohamed Adams have come in to play for the opposite position for Calibi, and as well I can see Benjamin Mensah there coming through the pipe, but unfortunately did not get the court. Justice Tamate has also come in to replace John Atta, the middle blockers position for Calibi, and Mohamed Adams gets the line there. A point for Calibi Volleyball Club. Clave once again rolls the ball intelligently past the block. This is yet another weapon for an outside hitter or any other volleyball position where you become so dangerous that the block comes in full stretch. And Tamate at the time did not get the ball into the court nor tag the fingers of the block. Thomas Ofori, Japan, at the service line. David, wow, he's playing with Seth Venom. number 11 shirted man for the All-Stars team of Benin. Like we heard Theophilus say earlier, it may look as though the All-Star side are a brush away, but it is because the CAVB side are well rehearsed and very, very prepared. Regies the service line. That's unfortunate. I tell you what, we are in the capable hands of the GTV or the GTV Sports Plus team, and on your screens now are the very, very men who make this possible. We have Ima, who is the channel director, and we have Francis, his assistant, and Theophilus, who we see most usually and often, and by the efforts and tireless work of these indefatigable men, we have this game. I tell you what, Francis is the producer for Sports Highlights on GTV. Every Monday with Kwabena Eboa, you see Francis's handwork, but of course, I know you watch sports. I've been watching since childhood. I still watch till date. So, thank you very much, Francis and your team. And the indefatigable Theophilus, in charge of the sports or news. And you also have Emmanuel, the channel manager for GTV Sports Plus. Wonderful, wonderful work. I salute you, sirs. When I grow up, I would like to be like you. And there we go for the first time out, called by the coach of the Benin side, Noel. And we are back, and this is the third set of a possible 5-set game between the CAVB Volleyball Club and the All-Stars team of Benin. CAVB leads by 2-0. Benjamin Mensah at the service line. Wonderful jump service. And that time, CAVB could not find any part of the court nor the fingers of the block. This means that Benjamin will continue. And top referee has signaled for a service line infringement, and much to the displeasure of Obed Safo, the captain of the side of Kalibi, who is mandated to speak to the referee. And they are not happy as they signal that there is a lineman whose responsibility it is to check for such infringements. As the lineman did not raise his flag, it signaled that everything was cool, but top referee says otherwise, and Bernard Atom has been blocked, recovered. A free ball coming for the Benin All-Star side, and CAVB, wow, finds the fingers of the block. Of course, having mentioned some of the big men who are making this possible. Wow, intelligent and very, very good play by Thomas Ofori, as though there were no block. I would also like to acknowledge Jamel, the studio technician, for his amazing work. We also have Ebenezer Norte, also working with graphics. They are all involved in bringing you this production. And of course, throughout the period of the championship, from today through to the 10th of March, you will see wonderful, wonderful work by this team of able men. I will not forget my cameraman, Kichi Prempe. He's doing the most here at the Boteman Sports Complex. Wonderful, wonderful work. I salute you all. The game continues, and Mohamed Adams. Regis celebrates that power tip as he won the joust at the net. We call it a joust because it's a 50-50 ball on the net, so anyone can compete for it. And Thomas Ofori is powering the ball so much. It's not easily blocked. Wonderful play by Mohamed Adam. Regis. Wow, the Benin side are playing like wounded lions as they seek to make amends and recover. Pakome is playing excellently. Scoreline now is such that All Stars are leading by 2 points. The scoreline is 15-13. Only that in the overall game, they are trailing by 2 sets. And that time, Coach Kashmir called for a timeout. Club, wow! Check the court for dents. Thomas Ofori has just put a hole in the court of the Benin side. You want to ask a question whether there were blockers? Yes, there were blockers, 2 of them. Goes for the jump service and aces. Thomas has single-handedly cleared the entire deficit. I told you earlier to watch out for him. He's a whole mood. Blocked out, rather cold by the combination of Tamate and Obed. And all these are possible because of the powerful jam service from Thomas Ofori at the service line. The aim of the jam service, just as you see there, is to cause your opponent to have an unusual attacking style, to which we call out of system. Once the pass is not able to reach the setter at his favorite position, some part of the attack is taken out, particularly the middle attack for quick attack is taken out. And it will mean that there are only 2 options for the setter. It's either to the right side, as Americans call it, or to the opposite position. Wow, Benjamin Mensah comes in with a fire. I must acknowledge the beautiful defensive work by Mohamed Adams as he got beautiful pancake there of the ball. Why the terminology is pancake, I cannot tell, but we use it anyway. A pancake, not the one you would eat though. And Kalibia ahead now, and Noel signals for a timeout, and you can see him. Pardon my French, but I can see him making some gestures to say, calm down. Just let's get the pass right. And Thomas Ofori once again gets a point through the pipe attack. He's unstoppable. But again, Ubedo Safo's distribution of the ball is just on another level. Wow! Benjamin Mensah comes in through the right side as the outside hitter. Wonderful, wonderful attack there. So that's the right side attack, and then we have what we call the quick attack, usually done by the middle blockers, and then we have the opposite attack done by the opposite players. on the left side beyond the 3-meter line. Usually they jump beyond the 3-meter line. And also we have the pipe attack coming in through the middle of the court there, but also beyond the 3-meter line. That's where you jump. Wow, beautiful recovery. Mohamed Adams finds space in between the block there. But at that time, Jerome, the libero of the All-Star side, defended wonderfully. And this game is looking as though CAVB is going to win. Thomas once again comes in, and it's obvious that he's one of the best youngsters in Ghana volleyball. And the service may be as easy as you like, but by Wilfred, I should say. And that time, Mohamed Adams' attack did not go past the block. And Coach Kashmir signals for a timeout. And 22-21 is the scoreline, as CAVB leads by just a point. And that is a very, very strategic timeout call by Coach Kashmir. And I'm very much aware that he knows of the statistic I speak about. And he will not like that the All-Stars team to equalize on score before he signals for a timeout. And it's a possibility that this may favor him. And Thomas Ofori has been blocked out as Regis timed his jump very, very well and took out the space he was looking to play through. We are level on points, 22-22. This is the third set. That time, Tamate's angle did not find the court, and a quick reversal of the substitution earlier made. As Safo comes back. Thomas is left alone, and he finds a space this time across court. And a rally. Wow. Regis. I told you. Incredible piece of volleyball play there as they are now on set points. 24-23 is the scoreline. Okay. Thomas has been blocked, and that means that the set score is now 2-1 in favor of CAVB. Like Chefler said earlier, do not brush off the Benin All-Star side, as it may seem as though CAVB has made light work of them, but sincerely, they are a tough side to deal with, and you've seen as they put up a resilience. One of their players are down, and from where I sit, I can see that will be Wilfred. One of the middle blockers is being attended to quickly, and can see he's in some pain. And these are sometimes the fears of volleyball players. If you do not practice a proper landing, or someone steps on your feet as you come down, there are several unfortunates that could happen, but in all sports are sports injuries, so some of which are minor, some are major and may require an entire surgery. Hopefully his will not require set treatment, but it may amaze you to know that he may just get back up and will continue to play. And rather disappointingly for the coaches of CAVB and some of the players, as they thought they would finish this game as fast as possible. They are in a 2-set lead and now a 1-set lead. This means that we are going into a 4th set of this match between CAVB Volleyball Club and All Stars of Benin. still going to like this. If you can't do volleyball, you are stuck. You won't go anywhere. And because me that the play football, number 4 or 5 or number 9. I reach DHS where I stop. Then the place I'm close to, I say now. The bros will say man, I will stop at volleyball. I go SHS percent. Volleyball. The year I come is that when do some tournament do for stadium, we pay part. Either first Christian, I win best player or I run best player. Then no, no keep at time is that. The next income probably they go for the same. Sports like that, if you say they can go join handball. Me, I jump, put a jump like go handball, straight to my shoulder ready for the volleyball. They make me coordinate. I don't know what I do. The one who shares the passes. That's what they do. Because the pass have been trained. They don't even catch all this sport. You don't really perform. Go to Brazil as a top second. The first time they have top second. They don't go regional gates of Marshall. The top first. I see. But volleyball, you don't know. We continue with the broadcast of the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026. This is the match between CAVB Volleyball Club and All Stars of Benin. With the set score in favor of CAVB. Will the All-Stars team make a comeback and a possible win of the match? Or will CAVB win the match entirely? Benjamin Mensah powers through the block there and the net there favorably. Even more changes for the CAVB side as Adjokpa comes back in his role as an outside hitter. That's a net infringement against CAVB. Of the height you would speak of, even internationally, they are such people, and from my experience in this game, they are the highest of the jumpers as they really can fly. Notable among them is Yuji Nishida of Japan. And you can also speak of Ole Plotninsky of Perugia. He plays for the club called Perugia in the Italian Volleyball League. You can also speak of Fernando Recine. And these are not two tall players, but they make massive impact. And right there and then, rather unfortunately for Fewas, that a powerful attack and spike from Clave should contact the side of his head. This, like I've mentioned earlier, one of the occupational hazards of a volleyball player. Thomas Ofori contacts the ball way above the block there. I can also see John Atta return to court as a middle blocker for CAVB, as well as Prince also returned in place of the injured Wilfred for the All-Stars team. Nice hustle, and Thomas intelligently tips it and dinks it behind the block. By all means, make your point. And that's unfortunate for Benjamin Mensah as he infringes on the service line. For what I see, Benjamin Mensah is playing as an opposite player in this set. He's a man of multiple talents and can play many roles. Wow! Thomas Ofori. A powerful cross-court attack there. Gets the angle very, very steep. This is a dream attack for an outside hitter, as you'd expect that the middle blocker would cover that side of the court. And we have a rally developing, and Benjamin, that's unfortunate as the net denied him. That is a gift from Prince that the CAVB team would celebrate highly. Benjamin Mensah, his attack keeps tagging, and Regis once again is gifted with what wouldn't have happened. And unfortunate for Thomas. Is CAVB losing the thread? Or is this a temporary setback? Wow! David there. And you can hear the chants in the auditorium, and these are chants from the All-Stars team. Coach Kashmir is signaling to his boys to calm down as he knows that these are possible temporary setback. But once again, CAVB comes through the pipe attack, and Coach Kashmir signals for a timeout. You can see much to the jubilation of the All-Stars team. The question still remains, will All-Stars stage a comeback and possibly win the match? Or will CAVB close down what has been a run by the All-Stars team? The scoreline is 9-9, and once again the goals of the timeout have favored CAVB Volleyball Club. Thomas Oforia Japan finds the chest of Jerome there. Thomas! Oh, that's Ajokpa. He went into the space of the Benin's net, and that signals an overreach, or what would usually say overlap. Benjamin Mensah. Coach Kashmir is still signaling for calm as Captain Obed Safo is not too happy. And an ace there by Ajokpa. We go again, and Ajokpa goes for the wow! Fewas shuts down Clave, who has been excellent so far. And Fewas looks very angry. And what an asset it is to shut down one of your opponent's most powerful attackers. It is a morale boosting moment for your team, and that time another beautiful jump service there by Ajokpa to disrupt the smooth rhythm of the All-Stars team, and now CAVB are rather jubilating. And again, a lead in volleyball may be totally wiped out by a beautiful service run and good defensive work, just as you've seen from CAVB so far. The scoreline is now 14-10 in favor of CAVB. Very, very interesting moments. So we can clearly say that the service run and the earlier run by CAVB was just, by the All-Stars team, was just a temporary setback. And they've opened a 4-point lead now. Ajokpa with the ace service there. Wonderful, wonderful play by this gentleman. His performance throughout this match has been exceptional. No wonder he has been called back as an outside hitter to seal, and that time rather unfortunate for him. The service went long, and scoreline now is 15-11. Rather unfortunate that the ball did not cross to the opponent's there was not a touch on the block. Fawaz, I tell you what, that man looks angry and he's looking to close down the game as fast as possible. He's rising to become one of the great middle blocker assets in Ghana volleyball. That time, CAVB hits out of bounds and nicely recovered by Safo and John Atta. Regis, that's unfortunately hit out of bounds. Fawaz is on his third service. And from my position in studio, I can say and see that wow, that is beautifully done there from Pakome. Or in French, I will say Pakom. That is a beautifully disguised find. And he does it once again with that intelligent service. Signals Regis and Thomas Ofori hits above the block of Regis. Like I was saying earlier, I can see Wilfred is back and he has worn his shoe and he looks ready to come into the game. Scoreline now is 15-19. And CAVB still maintaining that 4-point lead. Unfortunately for CAVB, to which David won on the net. Ajopa once again. The modern game of volleyball is such that make sure the ball does not hit the ground. So whether you save it with your feet, you save it with your flat palm on the ground, in any way or by any means, make sure the ball stays up and does not fall on your side of the court. A time there, Ajopa once again proving unstoppable. That is rather unfortunate there for Albert and right on cue is Wilfred, who was injured, and as you can recall earlier, he's back and he seems very, very active to play. Regis, nicely recovered by Safo, and that is rather unfortunate for the CAVB side as Benjamin went chasing and the third ball could not go beyond the net. David at the service line. He serves out of bounds and Noel signals for the second timeout for the Benin All-Star side. The scoreline now is 24-18. 24-19, I beg your pardon. And this brings us to a match point as CAVB is on a match point. If they are to win this point, that means that they've won the match by 3-1. And with the man at the service line, you already know what he brings to the table, as he has showed you previously. And that alone brings an overpass, and Benjamin Mensah closes the match with a bang. And CAVB Volleyball Club have won their first match by 3-1 over their All-Stars team from Benin. Wonderful, wonderful game of volleyball we've seen this evening at the Baltimore Sports Complex. Incredible play by both teams, and of course, like I've signaled earlier, you have interactions before the game and after the game also. You congratulate each other for such a good match, and very, very, very well done there by CAVB Volleyball Club, winning their first match by 3-1. I now turn over to Theophilus, who is with the All-Stars coach. Theophilus, over to you.
This particular game has also ended, and quite a beautiful spectacle here. And I have my head coach here, and you like to go the French way, so no problem. This game is what you want to go. How do you describe it?
Permettez-moi d'aller en anglais. Permettez-moi d'aller en français plutôt. On a eu à faire une prestation. Nous ne sommes pas trop satisfaits, mais c'est notre initiative remise puisqu'on vient à peine de commencer. On espère peut-être que pour se préparer, on se prépare davantage pour le football.
Okay, so there are more than 5 games you play. This is one. This is there are more. So from now to the next game, what should we expect from All Stars?
Oui. Par rapport au stade, ne vous en faites pas, effectivement, nous avons encore des joueurs à jouer. Et là, je pense que le meilleur est à venir, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. Attendez, nous on vient de commencer et le temps nous a fait défaut, on a eu des pressions, on n'a pas eu assez de temps pour se jouer totalement comme il faut. Comme je l'ai dit, attendez à vous de belles surprises. Ne vous en faites pas.
Good luck, and then see you in your next game. Good luck. So come, share with us. You lost this game, but you're smiling. And share with us how interesting was this game, and how did it go for you?
The game is not easy for us, but we have done our best.
There are more games to be played. What should we expect from you?
We will perfect our attack to do the best.
Do we see you qualify to the next stage? Are you going to qualify to the next stage?
Yes. Yes.
Are you going to win?
Yes, yes. We win. Don't worry. We will see the other All-Star. Yes, yes.
Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. So we're joined by CAVB coach here. Coach Kashmir is here to really talk to us. Ghana is watching, Africa is watching you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
How tricky was All-Stars for you today?
Oh, I would not say they were better or they were trickish, but I made a mistake as a coach to take all my 6 players on the court. That's why they took that set.
So, did it get to a time that you were under pressure to win?
Oh no, I was not on pressure. That's my style. I don't put pressure on myself. Yeah, everything, no matter what I wish I'm down to solve my.
CAVB wants to do a host and win. You sharing that sentiment? And if yes, is there pressure on you?
No, there is no pressure. There is no pressure at all. And we will still make it. Yeah, we will not take this game as anything. We will still make it.
There are 5 more games to play.
Sure.
Is CAVB winning all?
We are winning.
Thank you very much. So CAVB says that what? They conquer all. And we'll get one of the players from CAVB to walk us through, and then let's see how the feeling looks like. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
If you look at the scoreline, if you look at your opponent, was it what you were expecting from them?
No, that was not what we were expecting, but we are grateful. We are grateful for the 3 points that we have achieved. We hope for the best tomorrow. This is not our game. We play our best game tomorrow, we promise.
So, Ghanaians should expect a host and win from you, right?
Surely. We are here to conquer. Nothing more, nothing less. We host and win.
All eyes are on CAVB. And are you giving us the assurance that indeed CAVB has come to stay?
Of course. He who does good things, the eyes will follow. You understand? So I don't understand why all eyes are on CAVB. But then I assure them that we are taking the trophy. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and wish you all the best. So we have the Supremo. We call him the Supremo. He's super excited. He has seen his team pick it back to back. Won the ladies one, and then the men's one. Club chairman and chief organizer for this one. So far, before we talk about CAVB, if you look at the opening ceremony and everything, are you okay with what has transpired on day one?
So far, I will start the commendations from the government side. The Minister for Sports, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Their presence here signifies government's support and commitment to the unearthing of other sports. If no government official had come, it will mean something. And I think that it was super. Their speeches resonated well with almost every participating team. And above all, I think that the performance that was delivered by the all-time best musician, Samini, was electrifying. It captured the mood. And above all, he gave a speech that volleyball should not be treated like it doesn't matter. And that Ghana's sport should not just be about football. And that what he has seen today, he is a convert, and that he will lead the crusade to ensure that volleyball go far. I think that unknown to us, nobody primed him, but he saw the enthusiasm and the excitement. And the galaxy of security persons that came here. Look, I cannot but give commendation to PPC Akpaga for every contribution they have given for all the physio needs. And you can see that the medical team has been up to the task. Players that get into the game and you think that they cannot perform, they are doing well. Look, so far, so good. While GTV Sports Plus, hey, top notch. The coverage you are giving, everyone is calling me to say, how do you get this? Then I said, of course, there is only one station of the nation, and that is coming from GTV. So we are excited about the opening ceremony. The matches have also lived up to their billing, and I'm sure that tomorrow will be even more spectacular.
Now let's look at the team that everybody is talking about. Your tagline is, you conquer all directions, or you conquer all. Let's put it that way. Is CAVB living the dream? Are you doing a Western?
Well, so far, we have beaten All Stars of Benin in the men's game. I thought that the coaches wanted to do an experiment with their substitutions when they decided that after they have led 2-0, they should just bring in an entirely new team. The players had not warmed up. And so we lost that set, but the players rallied back and won 3-1. That is to tell you that Kalibi is all out to win. I can also tell you, the women's team, when we're choosing, as always I tell them to choose the toughest teams. And they have chosen Police. And then they have beaten the toughest team in the group. So I'm certain that they will beat everybody in the group. And then we will be good to go.
So for the viewers out there, if they don't get an opportunity to watch it on social media, watch it on traditional TV, what do you tell them in terms of coming here?
Well, anybody that didn't come here, unless the chief of staff of the vice president, just saw volleyball and said, wow, this is captivating. The minister, this is his second time, and you heard even in his speech, he said, look, nobody would think that volleyball will attract such a crowd, and that we should escalate the momentum. If you have refused to come to Boteman, and you don't have the time to also watch it on TV, on social media, well, we will say that it is you that has done your calabash of cocoa. But look, everybody that has come here, the ambassadors and other people that have come here, they can tell you that this is one of the most delectable scenes in volleyball that we have seen. I'm excited about the performances of all the teams.
Finally, we've seen a beautiful opening. Are you going to see a beautiful closing?
It will be a grand closing.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And so that's it. The president for Kalibi Sporting Club, Mr. Bernard Mona, telling us a lot here. And again, the last game for today is about to take place, and trust us, we'll bring it to you as it is. But remember that the game continues from tomorrow, and it will end on the 10th of March this year. And so everything volleyball, we're bringing it to you. Remember, the legends always lives here. My name is Theophilus Sampa. Have a blessed night.